Yeah, I got a headache already creeping in. What the hell? I just started. How's it going? Did I forget anything? No, I'm okay. Everything's fine. Wait, hold on. I actually don't know. Wait, hold on. I'll be right back. Hold on. Never mind. We're fine. All is good. All is good. You know what's not good, though? This weird glass destruction causing a crash bug. Just posted a fresh bug report for you. When you first load a level, the Hunter Pistol has a reload available instantly. When you restart the mission, this is gone. I actually don't really know why that has a reload. I don't know. Go. Um. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Okay, I'll look into that. Is that still going? Would not want to be you right now? The glass destruction? Yeah. The weird thing is it happens in specific levels. And, I don't know. The first thing I wanted to look at is the negative accuracy that happens. I think it's the shotgun. I think it's the shotgun. Although I'm surprised this didn't pop up before. But I'm pretty sure it's the shotgun. It could be the dragon breath. This is set to not count the missed shots. But the thing is... I don't think that shit's hooked up. I literally looked at this bullet projectile recently. And that variable's not hooked up. Oh, it is hooked up. If the owner is equal to player character and count missed shot, add missed bullet. So... I don't think it's the... Could be the dragon breath. I actually don't know. Where's that calculation that we do? I was looking at it yesterday night, but it was 4 a.m. and I was like, I need to go to bed. Got a Golden and Matthew. How's it going? Got a Barry. So we minus missed bullets from the shots fired. This is where the problem comes in. There's more missed bullets than there are shots fired. And maybe it's the dragon breath, because I think... No, I think it's the shotgun. I think it's the shotgun. When I play a game on PC and have 2 monitors connected, my second monitor fades to black for a few months every 10 to 15 seconds. Does anyone know what it can be, or is it just Windows being Windows? That's probably Windows being Windows, man. Playing Cyberpunk on my ROG. I gotta play through Cyberpunk, man. I still gotta play through it. Now that I hear that it's really good, I've like watched gameplay of it, of like the entire story though, so I feel like I'm kind of like already in the loop of it. When I first played it, I don't know if I was into the combat, to be honest. It was very RPG combat, which is okay. There's nothing wrong with that. That's exactly what the game is. I just don't know if it was my vibe. I think the first thing we should do, though, to make it so this doesn't get into negative accuracy is to limit these values. But the thing is, we should just fix the issue. I think it has to do with the shotgun. I swear, though, we would have encountered this issue before. So, in here, make sure we call this shots fired. Count missed shots on the bullet projectile. However, last time I looked at the bullet projectile, this didn't have a reference. Okay, it has a reference. Unreal just said fuck you, I guess. I need to fix the RPG accuracy bug yesterday. Somehow maybe related. I think it could be just this struct not being fed in. And I think maybe the weapon fire struct by default doesn't have this set. And so because of that, maybe this was not even counting the shot at all. And some people were missing with the shotgun, which is potentially possible. I don't know, I just work here. Deletion preparing. And hits. Okay. Count missed shots. Yeah, that could be part of it as well. I don't know if it's the RPG. I think it's maybe just like all of these guns not having this shit set up. Which really is annoying, because that means I have to put that into everything. Means I gotta put that into every single gun. Let's take a look. The Deagle, fire gun base. Okay. I think it's all of the secondaries I need to fix. I can't set a default. All right. Okay. I guess I'll go fuck myself then. All right. I think this is the problem. I think none of the weapons are counting themselves as a shot fired, and then what ends up happening is you end up missing more bullets than you fire. And I think that's what was going on. I'm proud of my negative 204% accuracy. We're getting a lot of reviews where people are saying the game still feels like it's early access. Yeah, I will say, I guess I am kind of still somewhat to an extent treating it a little bit like early access almost. Especially with all these fucking bugs. I'm just a noob game dev. Noob dev. Newbie. Lessons will be learned. Yeah. At the end of the day, I think people generally enjoy the game. It's just, obviously there's issues with it. That's on me. Okay. This should be fixed. I don't see any other reasoning as to why that would break. To be honest. As a precaution, though, why did I close everything? Am I fucking stupid? Let's make it so we limit out that accuracy so it cannot go in the negatives. What is it, max? There you go. Is it max? It's max, right? It gives you the highest value out of these two. Yeah. That should at least make it so it's not negative. The chances, though, the problem with this, though, is if we have this bug again, it's still going to give us incorrect values. That being said, it should be, for the most part, fixed. Still struggling with these challenges. I did not, I'm going to be honest, I completely underestimated how much people would be interested in completing those challenges. And some of the challenges are a little goofy, I will admit. So some of them are not enjoying them. Letters are white as a font, so you pause to look in the direction of the color. Yeah, small pools of water. Other than that, it doesn't do much. Maybe it could help in stealth more by slowing down your rate of detection, but if it does more, maybe it could be added to its tutorial. It'd be cool to add the ability to execute more than one enemy at once, up to 3. But in situations where multiple enemies are stun enough for an execution, we could only I have a plan where I'm going to make it so if you have 2 enemies that have the execution thing, I'm going to make it so if you're executing one of them, it pauses the timer for the other executions. I think that will be good. I don't think I can make an animation where multiple of them are getting executed, but end up picking up a weapon from the floor and getting shot in the face. And this goes your mind again. Seeing how new animations need to be created, it'd be cool to be able to. Yeah, I don't think I'd be able to do a new animation, but I think I can make it so the other executions freeze. Game could use more boss fights. It's so funny because people hate the boss fights. People like the boss fights. There's like so many mixed fucking feelings. You got some people that hate the enemy behavior because it's too easy. Some people are perfectly fine with the enemy behavior because it's like a little bit more chill. Yeah. Somebody gave it a jester. That's so fucking funny. The gaming community is so funny. I think I'm getting to a point where I can't read Steam discussion forums anymore either. I know what the game needs. I think me as a developer, I know what the game needs. That's, I think, without being egotistical, I think, you know, I think I know what needs to fix it and whatnot. Stamina buffs on clean suits. Yeah, like that was done. I might make it so if you kill enemies while with a body shield, that will potentially give you stamina back. Like things like that would be One thing I was thinking of doing, because of the challenges being like, I think the thing is people really just want to unlock the cosmetics. I don't know if I'll do this, but I think an idea could be, you know, since people are confused about the cash, I could make it so you do end up getting the cash, and then maybe you could just buy out items. You buy them out, so you don't need to do the challenge. The only thing is like you have to rack up the money to get those things. That could be an option. I'd have to make the system for that though. That would be an option. For the people that really don't want to do the challenges, which is, you know, understandable. Some of them are a little goofy. Those buffs keep the speed high throughout the level as you chain together 7 kill combos. It is it's actually really surprising. I think the problem is a lot of people think the perfect shots are perfect headshots, which is the problem with the term perfect shots, especially in third person. So people are thinking that they have to get 7 headshots in a row, even though that's not the case. What that has caused is a lot of players don't actually experience the game in the way that I envisioned, which is getting clean suits. So what ends up happening is a lot of people end up playing the game, are confused why they end up having to, like they keep running out of ammo and shit like that. And I guess they never get a clean suit and realize that, oh, that's kind of the flow. And they end up quitting the game before it happens and then writing a negative review about the flow of the game, even though, and then they can complain about the elite enemy when, like, all you have to do is literally get close to them, and then that's it. And it's not even like, it's at a point now where I have to be very careful with what decisions I end up making from a design standpoint, because just because I appeal to one person doesn't mean that I'm appealing to everyone and what I envision for the actual game. So that's something I have to be very careful of, because it is getting to that point. Like, the distance, I guess the distance in top down is a lot farther because your FOV is very different. I don't know. I had a problem with this after the tutorial. I didn't play the game for a while and I forgot what a clean suit is, and I had to search Discord for that info. It's in the tutorial. It's just mentioned in it. I don't know. Do I increase the distance of killing the elite enemy? The whole point is I want it to be... The whole idea of this was doing like... Okay, you have to get up close, because you're like hitting their neck or something like that, right? Because that was the idea. To force you to kind of get up close and not just fucking Call of Duty everything, but... I'm not going to replay the tutorial. I'm a gamer. Yeah, I think I've learned that. I think what I've learned throughout... Here's what I learned with this release. Gamers will self-sabotage their experience without them even knowing that they're sabotaging their own experience. I think that's something I learned. That being said, there's a lot of things I learned on my end, things that I can improve on my own end to improve the game, right? Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not going to blame it all on the player, but I think players end up sabotaging their own experience without them even knowing that they're sabotaging it. How's the player supposed to get ammo if they're not doing any clean suits? There are ammo boxes if you end up missing a bunch. But the targets give you clean suits. So you can literally just run through the entire thing with infinite ammo. And you can punch the targets. This game sucks. You can't even 7355608. Is that the... that the Counter-Strike bomb code? Is that the bomb code? Yeah. Beep, boop, beep, boop, boop, beep, boop, boop, boop. The bomb has been planted. God, it's been so long since I played Counter-Strike. I honestly could not get back into it, to be honest. I see some streamers getting back into it, but all they do is just open up cases. So basically they're just a glorified kick streamer, but you know, like I can't get back into it. Can't please everyone. It is what it is, man. Listen, it's my first game release. You know, it's perfectly fine if people negative review it. I think if anything, it teaches me that you have to be very, very explicit about teaching the player mechanics and also making it very like simple. I feel like the clean suit is simple and you end up getting it accidentally and then hopefully learning it from there, but that seems to not be the case. So I think it's at a state where I don't know if I'll be able to polish it to the level people are expecting it to get polished to. Considering that I do want to, at some point or another, move on. Did I actually have ammo boxes in my mind? Because I couldn't find after miss. I just took that hand cannon gun. Challenge Alpha. Challenge Alpha has ammo boxes. The only thing is if you play in a higher difficulty, you're not going to see those ammo boxes. I got the idea of the clean suit in the first level, to be honest. I don't know how people are so confused. Skill issue? Skill issue? I don't know. Skill issue? Skill issue? I can't kill the elite in one shot. What the fuck? Guy playing the game. What the fuck? I gotta be careful what I say. Someone might be watching the stream and they're gonna get very pissed off. They're going to be very angry at my tonality, which is perfect. That's fine. That's you know what? I'll take the heat. I'll take the heat. Anyways. Would a clean suit be something that you reinforce in game? Like the diving mechanic pop up in Miami's first level? Like reinforce as in like something that becomes a requirement, Bill? Oh, you mean like tutorializing it? Fuck, man. I don't know. Yeah, best. Literally, the elite enemy came out as an idea from John Wick. I want to say it's the third one. The scene in the hotel where he's like beating up elites that have like a shit ton of like armor and stuff. The idea was like, oh, you need to get up close and personal, almost like you're shooting them in the neck or something like that. That was the overall envision. People don't read pop-ups. Yeah, people don't read pop-ups. No, people don't read. Like I've witnessed people not reading, and then I've witnessed a streamer like Lyric. He played the game, didn't read any of the pop-ups, played the game, asked a question that was literally in one of those pop-ups. What the hell? Why is there no tutorial for this? I don't know how you would like. I don't really know how you could tutorialize the clean suit. I guess you could like in the tutorial you have a spot where you have to get 7 enemies and kill them all, and then a door opens. But I don't know. Just voice over the tutorial. Could do that too, but then people are going to complain in different languages. Oh, why is it not in other languages? Oh, why is there no subtitles? So then I have to add subtitles, and then I have to localize the subtitles, even though it's already localized. I guess it's technically already localized in the tutorial. Has the game brought enough revenue for it to make sense to polish? I haven't played, so I don't. Well, I'm obviously going to try to polish it to the best of my ability, as long as it's not like making entirely new features. But if it's like going beyond and like adding in crazy shit, I won't be doing that. Like, I'm obviously going to try to bring it to a level where it's like clean enough. I still find it funny that someone compared, one of the negative reviews compared the game to, they're like, this game feels very early access in comparison to games like Pal World and what was the other game? And Valheim. They brought up Pal World and Valheim that are, I guess, early access games, but do not feel like early. Yeah. Right, Tin Can. I try to teach through gameplay, right? I kind of let the player figure things out. Very old style gameplay, you know? Something that you used to do like with older games where you would just kind of try to figure it out rather than everything being fucking spoon-fed to you. And gamers keep saying that I'm using gamers very broadly. It's a very like, I'm using it as a blanket statement, but gamers like to say that they want things not being spoon-fed to them. I think the reality is they don't want a game to make it feel like they're being spoon-fed, but they are being spoon-fed. I think that's the reality of it, is that gamers say they don't want to be spoon-fed. What the reality is they just don't want to feel like they're being spoon-fed, but they actually are. I think that's it. Grabbing is missing in the tutorial. That's on me. That's something I need to put in. I think I have that on my to-do list to put a whole thing for that. Thank you, Tin Can. Man, damn, man, Suit for Hire is really unpolished compared to GTA 5. No, what they were saying is that Suit for Hire feels like an unpolished early access game, but it feels less polished than early access games like Valheim and Pal World. That was their take. That was their take. Can we expect you to add Gwent to the game? Gamers shit through the mouth, so you have to spoon fed them through the ass. We have to boof. They have to boof the information. Yeah, don't worry, man. No stress, dude. I don't even know if I'll end up using it. I'd have to figure out how to use it and whatnot and make sure it doesn't crash the game. Still trying to figure out this fucking glass destruction that's for some reason crashing the game. I think what I might do, the Niagara particle system. The crash is related to the Niagara system interface init. It's probably some sort of, it's an insurer that's occurring. I wonder if, where the fuck I am, if I can check if this is valid. Called on when an external object wishes to force this system to reinitialize itself from the system data. A weird fucking crash. Five push-ups? How many death animations am I using for the game? None. It's all just ragdoll currently. Ragdoll. Wow. 5 from yesterday? I refunded that. I refunded the 5 from yesterday. Do they not remember Valheim and Palroy at launch? It was crashing constantly and super buggy as well on launch. I don't know. I don't care anymore. I don't care anymore. Me be hungry, but what be problem? Me live in 15,000 people town. No delivery at this hour. Brother, make a sandwich. I really do hope Ronan sees a future. I think Ronan would just be Suit for Hire 2, but cyberpunk. Like, I would just really go all in. I do active ragdolls would probably be something I'd want to do, because I feel like that'd be kind of sick. I don't know if it's the data interface that we need to check for. What I want to do is I want to check if the Niagara system is valid, and if it is, play it. If not, then just don't play it. Just break the glass without playing the effect. That way we can bring glass breaking back in while also avoiding any crashes where it could potentially occur. And then we can try to look into fixing why it's occurring in specific levels. Reinitialize is interesting. Let me read the code, if I can even fucking read it. For some reason, whenever I double click things now, it's like not actually opening up Writer for some reason. Can I even make a sandwich? I don't know. You got bread and like other stuff. Would I keep running isometric or design it for a different view? I think it would just be third person. I don't know what I would do with that game. Guys, I don't even know what I'm going to do for the next game. I got imposter syndrome. I'm an idiot. Hey, I would like to open this. Would you like to open up my C++? Okay, maybe not. Maybe, you know what? I guess not. Editor. What is this setting called for the code editor? The IDE? Source code editor. Ah, that would make a lot of sense. Great, I gotta fucking restart. I search up IDE and it doesn't come up. So I don't know why. Every game is just run until it finds its own voice and vibe. I think the thing that's really funny is in every single one of my games, I always feel the need to add a kick mechanic. every game, I feel the need to put in a kick mechanic. Ronin, kick mechanic. Zombie game, kick mechanic. This game, kick mechanic. Kicking things is fun. I love kicking things in games. I love kicking things. Okay, so let's see. Reinitialize. I can't read the source code of this. Called on when an external object wishes to force this system to reinitialize itself from the system data. Max Payne. I still have to play Max Payne. I haven't played any of them. I have not played any of them. Do I still have the crash? Let me check. I want to see what the call stack is. I think it's this one. Your game looks like you played it? I did not. I did not. As crazy as that might be. Initialize. So I looked at the initialize and there's an ensure in that code. People do be comparing it. That's fine. That's fine. In that code, I can't show the GitHub on stream. I don't think I can show the GitHub on stream. Or at least I don't think I'm allowed to. Although I think it's okay if it's just like a few lines of code. Niagara GPU system tick.cpp. Then we search up initialize. Yeah, the initialize does an ensure crash shipping build as well. I don't remember. Does an ensure crash a shipping build? The really annoying thing is this doesn't give me more data. Like, this does not give me more info, which really is just fucking frustrating because I can't find exactly where in the initialize that this is occurring. Like, it doesn't even tell me anything else. It just tells me what the call stack is. That's so annoying. Why won't you give me more information? Am I allowed to show this on stream? I don't know if I'm allowed to. The source code. I think technically no. Technically no. Yeah, I think I'm allowed to show it if it's in the scenario of just like one section, right? So this is where it crashes based on what I can tell. So here we have the initialize, and then this is the final thing it called. That being said, there's an ensure right here that checks if the system instance, which I believe this would be the system, or this would be the system, or this, I don't fucking know. I think it's crashing right here, or within this area right here. But can an ensure crash a shipping build? C++ does ensure UE4 C++ does ensure crash shipping. It provides 3 different families. You can find the relevant macros and assertion macros. Each one behaves slightly differently, but they all serve the same general role as diagnosis tools for use during development. Ensure crash of shipping builds? I would think this is it then. It, for some reason, is not able to get the system instance, and it returns a null pointer. And then that's what crashes it. Init is the last function called before the crash occurs inside of the main thread. And init gets called the Niagara GPU system tick. I think it's something in here. For some reason, the system... So what's really weird is I looked at one of the levels that somebody told me that they crashed in, and for some reason, some of the variables were all over the place. Like they were random. To the point where I think there was a issue where it's like it did not have the right fucking variables, and this probably would have gotten a null pointer. So what do I do to fix that? Do I just reset all of these variables on begin play? Like, this source mode wasn't set to anything, it was just empty on some of the instances, randomly, out of nowhere. This shit was empty. Like, it didn't have anything set to it. You got a base eater? How goes the sanity and bugs deratization? It's going pretty well. The deratization. Yeah, I think. Once we can fix this glass breaking, I'll be happy. Started learning C++ and you're partially at fault with your data asset hype. I do think C++ for me is going to be a big step forward as a developer to learn a bunch of things. But that being said, learning C++ is just one piece of a gigantic fucking puzzle when it comes to game development. It's one big fucking piece of shit. What a Ben. I think this is it. But why is the system instance a null pointer? I'm thinking of making a C++ function for this to check that the Niagara thing is valid, because I don't know, like, what I could do is just copy over these kind of things and instead turn it into like a branch, like a custom branch. But I don't know where in system instance is. In system instance is from Niagara system instance. I don't. What is this? What is a system instance? Is that just, are each one of these a system instance? Is this an instance, or is the instance the entire thing as a whole? Is the gas still broken? It was okay for me today. I made it so the glass VFX does not spawn, which is what was causing the crash. Niagara system simulation is the instance for the emitter system from the Niagara objects asset. So the system variable in it is the Niagara object asset. Okay, so it's literally just this system asset, I guess, is for some reason being overwritten in certain places, and then this doesn't get set for some random fucking reason. So we're trying to activate a null pointer, which is why it's probably breaking. What's a level I haven't checked yet? What's a level I haven't checked yet? Like, what would Chop Shop? Let's check out Chop Shop. Although I'm pretty sure I had to go through a bunch of these levels to see if like the glass was fucking broken or some shit. I wish I showed you guys this stuff. Use the reference viewer maybe to see if it's properly linked. No, that's not what I meant. I want to check the... I don't know where there would be a break though. I think the thing is the blueprint itself is fine. It's the Niagara system asset for some reason is fucking borked. It's fucking broken for some unknown reason, man. I wish I could show you guys what I saw when I was looking at it. Maybe I can set the Niagara system asset to the glass shatter in case it was overwritten by something. Maybe that could be a fix. Like before I ever call this, I check if it's valid. If it's not valid, I set the asset. I don't know what reinitialize does though. Called on when an external object wishes to force the system to reinitialize itself from the system data. I don't think that helps us. I think this would be a good check as well. So I think the Niagara like encompassing object is not enough. I think this particle system object is not enough to check if it's valid. It's probably valid. What we have to check is the actual system asset within it and check that is valid. And I think that is the meat and potatoes. I think that's what we want to do. If it's not valid, what we should be doing is potentially setting the asset. But that being said, we can maybe set that in the construction script. Fucking goofy ass, fucking stupid goofy ass engine. Goofy, fucking goofy clown nose, have an ass. Reinitialize system will also call activating the component before it activates on the Niagara system simulation queue to be destroyed. When they activate it, it'll make a new one. I see. Okay. So I don't think reinitialize is going to help us here. System instance, I would assume this is the system based off of the wording. That being said, Epic loves to use the same word for multiple things. Yep. Yep. Love that. Love that. Love that for me. Love that. This should be a good safety check. It should not allow an insurer to go through while still allowing the system to go through just in the case where glass is potentially fucking broken for some stupid reason. One of the levels that this was breaking in was 5 push-ups. Wait, look what happened. It happened. It did it. It did the thing that I saw yesterday. Wait, the chat is covering it. Turn off the chat box. Look, this is what happened to you yesterday. A bunch of the variables randomly reset, and then the source mode got blanked out. And that was one of the meshes that was broken. See, now it's fixed. I hate everything. How many hours do you work a day when developing Sue for hire? Not enough, probably. I don't know. I'm lazy. The parameters got cleared. Yeah, I think that's what was crashing it. But that being said, maybe whenever I compile this, maybe it's clearing it. Nope, it didn't clear it. Probably check if those are null and reset them. Can I even set the source mode? I don't think I can set those values. I'd have to do that in C++, I think. Data interface static mesh. Engine bug? Yeah. The entire engine is bugged. And you could see that it happened randomly. It wasn't just me compiling it. Like, I bet you if I randomly go into a level, let's go to Ocean Drive. I hit save, and then it cleared it. Okay, Destructible Glass 6. Let's go back really quickly. I want to see if that shit's still cleared. No. How about a good old restart? Yeah, that'll surely fix the crash that I've been working with, that I've been dealing with for the past two to 3 weeks. When you compile a blueprint, instances of it on the level love to break, still in UE 5.5, and I recompile a blueprint that's another level, shows up even if the level is hidden. This should at least allow the glass that works to work. Is there a way to safely activate a Niagara mesh? A Niagara system? Set whether or not to lock the desired age delta time to the seek delta. Who wrote this? Who the fuck wrote this function? Set whether or not the delta time used to take when false the system instance will be ticked by the change of desired age. That's the funniest shit I've ever seen. All right. Get whether or not to lock the... There's two of them. Oh, dude. No wonder this shit's fucking messed up to shit. That's so funny. Get up, Danger. And who the fuck? Who submitted that? Who the hell submitted that? Okay, this should at least be a fix, kind of. Not a fix, but a way to get around the crashes. So another level that was crashing was this level. Why? I don't know. I don't know. Is it because it's within a group? It's a band-aid. Engine restart worked. This situation has been ongoing from 4.26 to this version as well, so it's like, unfortunately, been an ongoing issue, sadly. Nightcraft? Oh man, I don't know. What's going on here? I played through the whole game in one day and noticed that the levels get shorter and shorter. Are the Cindy and Tokyo levels still work in progress, or are you going to change some bits of them? Because I love the few parts we actually got and wish they are a little bit longer. That's probably just the way they are. I'm surprised players... I think... get so many mixed signals from people. It's like, I hate the long levels. I like the long levels. I wish the shorter levels were longer. I don't like the long levels. Make them shorter. It's like, oh man. What if I just set the system asset in, I don't know, on begin play or something? Is that like could that be a potential fix for the system not being correctly set up somehow, for some reason? Don't know why. One of the fix that I tried to put in is like setting it to force solo. That fixed it for one level. that did fix it for one level. Reset existing override parameters. Is it gonna reset all of these? I don't know if I want that. Oh yeah, sorry, grenade. Sorry. Procedural levels tailored to my playstyle when? I wonder if I should turn this off. Reset existing override parameters. I'm worried that that will reset all of my parameters in here. Let's see. We can test it in the test level. See if the class still works. Johnny? Okay. Maybe that's a fix? I don't know, dude. What's confusing to me is that it's doing all of these things with the Niagara system before even initializing it entirely. Like finalize task, do task. I feel like it would have checked if it was valid here before going over here. You know what I mean? Right here. That's the very first one. Execute task on the tgraph task or system instance. So why is it not crashing here, but it's crashing here? I haven't looked at the code of this one. We can. Let me see. Niagara system instance finalize task. Very interesting class. It's an entire class just for finalizing task. Do task. Void do task. Oh, this is this is like really I guess lower level. It's like much lower level or something. I think that's what that is. So that would probably explain that. Should I have a demo for my horror game so I can participate in the next Next Fest? I don't know. That would be up to you, Golden. That would be up to you. Do you feel like you would gain anything from having a demo? Do you think you'd be ready by the time you get to that point? Hey, look at this. The source mode and everything just randomly every time I open another window and then reopen this window, it like temporarily clears everything. Great answer. Should I do this? Up to you. Well, I don't know. I don't know your game, Golden. I don't know your game, right? Based on what I've seen, Steam Next Fest seems to be very beneficial for games, right? Is it going to be ready? That's the real question. Will it be ready by the time it gets there? By the time Next Fest comes around, will it be ready? Because you got to remember, Next Fest is essentially your first impressions for your game. Is there a reported bug ticket for that issue? Maybe they have a workaround written. I looked in a bunch of places that had a similar call stack. One of them said they clicked force solo and that fixed their issue. That did not fix my issue for all of the levels. For some of them, they did not fix it for some reason. I don't know why. Don't know. No clue. No idea. Very weird engine. Engine likes to do weird things. Game development really is all about a bunch of like duct tape and shit. It's a lot of duct tape involved. Put some right here. This should be fixed. Negative accuracy. I have not played Max Payne, Ben. Fixed? Question mark? Anyways, moving on. We could be stuck on this stupid issue forever. We're just gonna have to test it in a shipping build later on. I'll see what I can do. If I make it, then great. If I don't, then oh well. Yeah, because I think you can only participate in one Next Fest for your game, right? Is it in one Next Fest, or is it every? You can only participate in one Next Fest every year. How problematic would it be to update this project to v5.0? I'm not going to bother. I think if I do that, that's like a last final thing that I do just for fun and just to fuck around. If it works, maybe I just put it as a separate branch for people that just want to fuck around with it. That's about it. I gotta release this patch ASAP because I think that accuracy bug is a pretty big one, I feel like. Okay. Let me look at Discord and Steam, see what kind of bugs pop up. Gun jamming very often. That's because of the window mode. We should maybe figure out how to fix. The hunter pistol. Mixed input should be fixed, hopefully. I don't know. I assume so. Accuracy for the helicopter should be fixed. Mixed input should be fixed. Hold on, I'm just looking at the big list. Thank you, Gem. Post your problem in the UE forum. Someone might help. They're probably just going to give me answers that I've already gotten before. So, but I think should be good. Oh yeah, we have a couple camera clipping and top down that I need to fix as well. Should probably fix the pools because everybody's fucking complaining about the pools. Because they fall in water and die. Surely they won't complain about the water when they fall in it and their player character goes 2 times slower. Surely when they fall in water and they go 2 times slower, they won't be complaining about that, right, guys? I've had more help in random Twitch chats than in the forum posts I made. The past few months, UE forum threads 70% of the time or 80% of the time have either A, completely incorrect info, usually from people that have like 6,000 posts. And they have some fucking badge called like QA Sage or some shit. And there's only like a 20 to 30% chance where you find something that's actually useful and not misdirecting from a person who's not a complete jackass. Hell yeah, Donzo. Thanks for putting the game on sale. Yeah, like whenever sales go on, I'm always going to put the game up on sale, so I don't know when the next sale would be, but it's I think the game is still 40% off for another like 8 days, I think. Yeah, 10th of July. Who can't swim nowadays? It's a little bit more arcadey in the sense where it's like it's a hazard, but I get it. The problem then is, do I make it a hazard for the enemies as well? Oh, here's another problem. If I make it so you can fall in the water, what happens to enemies? Do I make it so they jump into the water to try to hit you? I don't know. Pool party? That becomes the problem, man. Okay, what if the player falls in the water, somehow bugs it out, and then they're stuck in like in water state? This is my problem with adding like a new state that is needed when you're underwater. Like people think it's easy, like it's, oh, you just have a box and fucking check if there's an overlap. No, there's like a bunch of bullshit that's gonna happen. You know, Dev. What's the player character's name, by the way? Just Suit. I'm thinking, what if I can, is there a way I can make it so the water still kills you, but the chances of you falling in are much lower? I could make it so the pools are a lot smaller. Mario Kart cloud pickup to put you back on land. No, that would be fucking funny, dude. Let's say I do make it so falling in the water doesn't kill you. Then what? We're gonna need a state for being in the water. The enemies will need to find a way to deal with you being in the water. Otherwise, you can cheese all the enemies by just sitting in the water and shooting all the enemies from the water. I can make it so the enemies can navigate into the water. But then the problem is, do we have a challenge in that level to kill enemies by throwing them in the water? It's a good question to ask. No, nothing in here about... Okay, so that's good. That gives us a bit of leeway. How deep are they? Can I make them less deep? Actually, they're not that deep. Okay. Oh, but it could get cheesed so hard because there's only one staircase entrance. Additionally, there's no state when you put your fucking camera underwater, and 100% someone's gonna complain about that. Okay, so the height isn't a huge problem. My issue then is... People kind of do that with door frames currently, standing outside of the door frame to cheese enemies who slowly path through one at a time. Yeah, I fucking... The nav mesh pathing is definitely something I think I can improve. I just have to figure out how to fucking make it so they don't go through the doorway so damn slowly. Like, I don't... Like, what? I think the fix would be make the doors wider, but... Was that a Minecraft water splash sound effect? No, that's from a library. And I think, like, water splash sounds are just, like... What else can you do? You know what I mean? It's water. What about the negative accuracy block? I can reproduce 100% by going on chock-a-block and pick up the gun in the first room on the right. I think what it is, Scotty, is that... it has to do with the shots fired not being accounted for with that new struct I put in. So I think I fixed it. What's the problem with the pools? I think the problem is mostly like if enemy navigation doesn't properly go in the pool, then it's going to be a concern. Additionally, I have to make it so when you're in the pool, we like make it so maybe you walk slower. Another problem is that we don't have any effects when you're walking in the water. Now, that's fine, but I'm sure people are going to expect that. They're going to be like, no water effects in 2025. Also, when you look underwater, there's no effect for that, which maybe I can figure out something for that. I don't really know how people do that these days. Don't really know how people do that. Yeah, then we got to do like a whole effect and shit. Then we got to make it so enemies can go inside of it. Make sure the collision's correct. Then we got to change these staircases. Seems like the performance is a little better. It's possible. I did upgrade the engine version from 426 to 427, so it's an entirely new engine version. So it's possible that it's going to optimize some stuff for sure. I think the main complaint is just this level. Also, shooting in the water doesn't make it splash. Okay, is this something that I should fix in this patch, or should I work on fixing the other things first? Obviously, it's an issue. Let me take a look if there's any other substantial bugs that I should fix first. Man, I can't keep scrolling through here and figuring out where fucking shit is. Like, that... right. Let's fix one thing that I know for certain that I think is in the list right now. God mode modifier doesn't give the third knife attack counter challenge. Not sure why. Not sure why. Oh. I see why. Well. Well. Well, shit. Okay, well, that should fix that. I think you read my idea but was not impressed. I read it. You are correct. I did read it. You are right. Yeah. Those are probably polished things I'd like to put in for sure. Controller haptics. That's a big one that we do have to do. We have no controller haptics whatsoever. Would I consider a possible endless mode in the future? There's the arena modes, but in terms of like a full-on endless mode, I don't know. I don't know how I would go about doing it so it's not just like another arena mode level. Yeah. Can't post on the Discord now, but wanted to get your opinion if it was worth pursuing. If you reach the score grade screen at the end of a level and then press escape and choose restart checkpoint, you'll be respawned under the level, falling endlessly in the void. Score grade breakdown will remain on screen after respawn. You can interact with score break by pressing escape again to show the cursor. Oh, yeah, right. I have to fix that. I think that's on the list. The burn? Oh wait, what did I respond to that in a rude way? I apologize, Josh. I don't know. I don't know what I would do for the endless mode. I feel like if I were to do an endless mode, I'd have to put in some like extra mechanics and whatnot, which I don't know if I have like the energy to do that right now. At least for the time, at least for right now. I think right now I'm just focused on just make game feel better across the board, and then I can, if I have the time and the energy and whatnot, then I can focus on like additional content type stuff. Endless mode with boss fights. Do not make me make another boss fight for this fucking game. It just does not match the game. Can pause in the end screen. I don't think it's in the list. Also, there's a bug where it's still the pause menu is still, you still have to click it multiple times. I don't know when and where. Like, I don't know when that's happening or where that's happening or why. I don't. When does that happen? Can someone tell me the reproduction steps of having that happen? Beat it within 6 hours? Hey, hell yeah, Josh. There's a lot of ideas for some additional content. We'll see. We'll see where the road takes us. I believe it's only after restarting a level. Huh. It's interesting to hear these bugs because I haven't had a single crash or glitch within my entire playthrough. It's crazy how things work, huh? PC gaming. It's fun. It's... Yep. Oh yeah, another thing we can fix is the aim assist not 100% hitting enemies. Part of what I was thinking of doing is if you have aim assist and you shoot an enemy and you have the aim assist cursor on them, we should just make it so the bullet is a homing. We should just make it so the bullet's a homing bullet. The other thing would be I'd have to calculate the velocity of the enemy character, the velocity of the player character, check the distance, check the speed of the bullet, and then do a bunch of fucking calculations like that. That would be one way of fixing that. Or I just fucking say screw it, and I just make it so the bullet magnetizes to the motherfucker. Star Wars, motherfucker. Why does the pause menu take a second? First off, end chapter. Oh, it's on the game instance. Yaha! Yata! Okay, cast to game it. I'm gonna do a pure cast. Fuck this. Don't care. Sugma balls. What about making the water electrified so the player dies if they go in the water? People will still complain. Like, that doesn't solve the problem. That solves the lore issue, but it doesn't really solve the problem. And then they'll be like, why is the water electrified? We're in a fucking the bath. What, are these people crazy? Are they robots? I don't know if that'll fix the issue. If anything, that will be like almost like mocking the players. I feel like that would be just mocking them. I think we'll just fix it for the pool, but not for this patch. I think that will be that'll be the idea. So we need to check if both of them are not valid, and then we shall allow the pause menu to go through. Just throw in a light or something in the water so they know why it's electrified. I don't know. Yeah, Bill, how can I would it look weird if we made it so it's homing? Would it look weird if we made it so it was homing? Next complaint, compared to GTA 6 Underwater, Superfire Underwater is really unfinished. Early access vibes. You know, Mattman, congrats on 1.0, thank you. Just started on my Steam summer sale page. Hell yeah. Burn. Yours. Burn. Can we get a Fallout style VATS mode? What does that mean? Burdoom. Burdoom. If the game works perfect on some PCs, but others have bugs, what could be the problem? GPU drivers, Windows systems, VC? The only things I can fix are the things that I can reproduce, which is, that was the nightmare with 4.26, is I could not reproduce the crashes effectively. Now with 427, I was able to reproduce them with the glass destruction at the very least. It gives me hope when I can reproduce it, because then I can attempt to fix, go in, do the same thing to fix it, rather than, you know what I was doing the first few days of release? People were telling me that they had their game crashing randomly. I would literally, between builds, sit in the game for 10 minutes to an hour waiting for it to crash. And I wouldn't just sit there. I would also play, replay the level, go back in, replay the level. I have now etched the fucking structure of the office level in the mansion. It's in my fucking brain. It's stuck in my brain. Glass box, guy spawns here, piano, 2 enemies, fucking guy on left side, merc behind it, it's hallways, 5 enemies, grenade, fuck, we're going fucking crazy, man. Yeah. Shit sucks. But now I think all of the crashes are fixed. I've at least identified most of them. If people are crashing, it's their PC. I'm gonna say it. 98% chance it's their fucking PC. If it's a D3D crash, update your drivers. Make sure that your integrated graphics aren't being used. by setting your game to the highest thing, or check your NVIDIA control panel. Blah, 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 blah. Sorry, I had to take a nap. How was it for you to develop the third person and top-down modes? Top-down was the initial, like, that was the original game, was only in top-down, so that was fine. Third person wasn't too difficult, but that being said, it's not, you know, it's not the best thing in the world. I'm sure there's probably a ton of things I could polish with it and whatnot, but yeah. My PC is perfectly fine with glass. I was only crashing randomly out of nowhere, but only happened 2 times. It should be better now. I think the crash was because of a plugin that we were using that was very out of date. And now we're using a much more up-to-date version that I think should fix that as well. Hopefully. Hopefully there's no new crashes. I guess we'll find out. Okay, pause button, having to press it twice. Well, for one, you should no longer be able to hit the pause button while in the end chapter screen. Just strongly recommend your buyers to update drivers, windows, car, house, everything. Cat, dog, shots. Haven't crashed since? Hey, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Now the problem is the game. Make sure game runs well, make sure polished, fix bugs. I was surprised how well the levels play in third person and not being explicitly designed for it. Don't get it twisted. I did have to do a lot of like art, you know, remaking some levels like the ceilings and shit and really making sure that it looks okay. You know what I mean? Like, I had to go through that entire process for like a couple months, checking all of the levels to make sure they look okay. The game still, it's not a AAA game by no means. The graphics aren't like the craziest thing in the world. It's not the prettiest game in the world ever. By no means. But yeah, I did have to go through some of the work to get that to work properly. This shit's not even fucking on screen, which is pissing me off. There is a random moment where the pause menu is not being, like, set to null. Which causes that double clicking requirement for the pause. Was the hallway section in the tiramisu level a reference to Sifu's hallway fight? It's an ode to Old Boy. Which is Sifu also references Old Boy as well. Why is the glass thing crashing only on some players and not others? It's not other players, it's crashing on specific levels randomly. Because I can reproduce the crash. So reset to checkpoint. Restart mission. For some reason this glass doesn't reset when we restart. Okay, so the settings menu, I can click it. Is it something to do when we complete the mission? I hit the replay button. Now I can't pause for some reason. Ah. This variable is not being set to null. Good to know. Speaking of the hallway in tiramisu, the elevator shaft at the end is missing. When you press the button, you could just see under the map. Okay, I'll put that on the list. Can see under the map at the elevator in tiramisu. I'm not too worried about that kind of bug, but I will fix it at some point or another. My one-man team. It is me and a music artist. I do all the other stuff. I do all of the other things. So we're gonna clear the reference, and then we'll remove it from the screen. It's really annoying that I have to do this manually. Really annoying that I have to do this manually. I gotta admit. Like, I feel like remove from parent should just null any references to the asset, but I think it requires it to be garbage collected first, which is fucking stupid. Stupid! Dummy, stupid shit. A level where the challenge is to not break the glass is shooting the glass once without technically breaking it apart considered breaking the glass, or breaking glass is only when you completely break it, so you basically can jump or walk through it. I think it's whenever you damage the glass. That being said, let me look at that. I think this is fixed. Let me just make sure though. When we go next chapter, we clear the event, we clear it here. Find references of remove parent. Oh my god. Oh my Billy. Oh wait, this is the credits. We could probably delete this. So it's just here. I should just be calling an event to remove this from the game instance. That would resolve this problem, but whatever. Wait, what? Next chapter button was final chapter? I thought we deleted that. I don't think this is doing anything. Okay, hold on. Testing. Should not be able to pause the game in here. Replay. Okay, so that works. I didn't have to click it twice. So let me go to end level. Next chapter. Okay, I don't see any issues with that. Now, next. Let me make sure that the glass destructible only sets the value if Oh. Okay. No, it looks like it's only when you break the glass entirely, when you like shatter it. Okay, it's only when you shatter it. It's only when you shatter it. Now, let me make it so this only gets added if the person that broke it was you. Because that would be more fair. Now you have to do that? I spent hours doing that? Sorry. Is there any way to fix an issue where enemy guns clip through walls once they drop them after dying? I did an attempt to fix that, but if it's still happening, I can try to look into it. The sword does it the most for me. I did notice sometimes they'll clip into the wall, but they won't like fall through them. I'll have to take a look into it because I did put a system to like check if their hand is accessible and whatnot. I can figure out something. You know, Mirren? Okay. So every place we call, replace with destructible. This is when the gun, when the source actor. This one is when we run into it. So we're going to call other actor, which should be valid. I should do an is valid check in here though. We're already checking if it's equal to player character. If it equals null, then it'll just go through false anyways. So I think that's fine. Just take that as a sign to not use weapons. Explosion glass effect. Oh, that would be the explosion, so it should be fine. Okay. Okay. Breaking glass challenges are now only done by the player. Enemies won't affect it if they run into glass. Okay. Yeah, Mirren. It just turns it into a Niagara particle effect. And then it just adds, it just fills in, basically like it'll take like a glass window and it'll try to fill it in with as many little pieces as possible. and it just kind of acts as like the entire thing shattering. Almost very, it's a lot more like tempered glass than it is like traditional glass with like big chunky shatter pieces. And it's not like 100% accurate, but it looks good enough. Yeah. Peace out, Base Eater. I came here to be entertained, but poor Dev is only suffering. That's the job. That's part of the job. Suffering is the job. Have a good night, man. All right. Let's see here. Players will feel slight mouse input lag. I have not been able to reproduce this. Executing while crouched, causing a bug. This I've not been able to reproduce either. Dodging the RPG enemy explosion shows perfect dodge, but still kills the player. Am I open to releasing the game to consoles in the future? I have plans for it. I just want to make sure it's in a stable state first on PC. And then... I reproduced the not giving ammo bug today. It wasn't a melee weapon, though. Like, doing an execution, not giving ammo, Scotty? Do you remember what weapon you were using? Kerm finally seems in a place where we can bust him up again without adding to the stress of launch. It's still stressful, but it's not as bad as the first few days. Like, I legit, the first few days, every time I woke up, I think I had, like, massive anxiety for, like, until, like, 5 p.m. Like, the entire morning. I'd wake up, look at the messages, look at Steam messages, and then immediately I was like, fuck. My main was the Hunter, and I think my secondary was the ordinary pistol. So the Hunter didn't give a bullet back. That sounds the worst. You could say the blame is on me. I guess I just released too early. So it is what it is. My own fault. My own undoing. Okay, we got one bullet back. If I have a bullet... Huh. I think many things won't become apparent no matter how long you stay in EA. Yeah. I think next time I'll just need to like hire like a QA team or something, like hire people to explicitly break the game, not necessarily play the game, but break the game, right? Still 7th of April. It's still the 7th of April. Now, why would the secondary cause this issue? What you're saying is that 1.0 should have been delayed till tomorrow? The real question is, I don't know, man. I'm gonna need some reproduction steps because I could sit here for hours trying to figure out why it happened. But I need to know, like, main was the hunter, and I think my secondary was the ordinary pistol. I don't know why this the secondary will potentially make it so you don't get the bullet. Maybe it was a specific execution? There I just shot. There's obviously I lost my bullet. Maybe reload, execute? No. Oh my gun was stuck in reload pose. Did you guys see that? I've had some luck getting students from game dev schools do QA. Universe tried to kill my game. PC died midday yesterday. I'm finally back. Not sure what happened, but I replaced the motherboard. Oh, dude, you need source control. Mirren, please tell me you have source control. Or version control, or whatever you want to call it. I'm really happy with some of the custom reload animations I did. Like, this is... Some of the other weapons I made the reloads for them, and I think they're fun. I have a bug where the gun is showing no ammo, but there is ammo in the gun. Hunter again? Yeah, that there's a couple HUD issues. I just need to know when and where they happen. And then I can probably figure it out from there. I keep local backups of my project on an external SSD. Haven't figured out version control just yet. I use DigitalOcean, and they have an entire Helix core, which is like P4 setup. The only thing is I'm paying like 20 bucks a month. Which 20 bucks a month for backups and, you know, project safety and whatever you want to call it is you know, pretty good. Tried Diversion? I think I've tried Diversion. I did not like the UI of it. I've tried Source Tree. Hated the UI of that one too. I don't know. I'd have to figure out why the bullet is not being given. Maybe the animation is being interrupted in the middle of it. Like it could be that. It could be like it's getting interrupted. Could be a chance of that happening. Most projects these days, I just use Git and keep my large binary files somewhere else. The problem is that Unreal is like 99% binary. So it's like 99% of it is binary, which for me, I just find Perforce to just be the easier choice because I don't want to have to set up Git LFS. I think for other game engines, it makes sense, but I think for Unreal, it's a bit of a weird one. This is like so much of it is binary. Like 90% of the files are fucking U assets. Maybe another month would have been more time for you to fix the smallest bugs, but it's better than how most games that release nowadays. Yeah, I think it's been just mixed. It's been like, obviously, you know, games reviews at 90% or 91%, whatever it is. So, you know, 9 out of 10 players have a good time, I guess, if you want to take a look at it from that statistical standpoint. So, yeah. I want to read this review again to see the entirety of my playtime so far has been in third person. Giving us a glowing review. It didn't take long before the game's glaring issues. Keep a constant state of motion and aggression, something that feels almost like a choreographed. She used it extremely well. Very intense. The big problem is that the situation is not nearly as frequent as they should be, as opposed to the enemy location, map design, and some other issues. No indication whatsoever as to where you need to go next. Okay, so I plan on doing some fixes for this. Sometimes you need to backtrack, sometimes you don't. Building momentum and flow, 1 second comboing enemies. Next you're running around in circles wondering where on earth you have to go next. I feel like there may have been some deliberate deception going on with making the first 2 campaigns so lengthy and then making the remaining campaigns so short. I certainly feel like I was led to believe the game was bigger and longer than it was, and had I known the remaining campaigns were so short, I may as well refunded within the refund window. Haven't I read this review before? Only parts of it. It should be noted that there's also at least part there's also at least part of one of the other maps that is reused in a later campaign, so that there are also reused as. There's also at least part of one of the other maps that's reused in the later campaigns. Well, that's misinformation. There's also at least part of one of the other maps that's reused in the later campaigns. Part of a level map reused in the later campaigns. That's misinformation. That part is misinformation. The other part's, yeah, sure. Is reused in the later campaigns. It might mean that tunnel in some of the locations. Oh, the ship. Oh, the ship. But it's a completely different level design structure. It's just one ship asset. Okay, maybe that's where that was coming. Edges are areas in which you can fall. Ending a run needs to be clearly marked. I've had so many deaths falling down into an area that I was either completely unaware of or I just didn't know that they'd be fatal. I have a timer that end the mission. I assume this is more obvious in overhead mode, but anything but in third person. One part in particular in one of the city maps where I need to get over, and I fell to my death several times, even while trying to dive over. I ended up alt F4ing because I was so frustrated they couldn't clear a foot wide gap. Doesn't feel like the game was even properly play tested. Brings me to another huge issue of the game. The diving and melee combat feels really, really bad, and they're kind of essential. The diving and melee combat feels really, really bad. See, this is where I was lost. This is where I was lost. I'm like, I wonder which part of the melee hold on, let's keep reading. Animations are extremely clunky and inaccurate, not properly syncing with the enemy models. Okay, that could just be the executions. Some of the takedowns, like the suplexes, just feel really slow and kind of silly. The takedowns need to be sped up in general. Sometimes the camera angle moves in a way that completely disorients me, and the dive/dodge mechanic at times feels like I'm going at it in a completely random direction that I have no control over whatsoever. It's just not good enough, and just like the map design takes the flow of the game and throws it up against a brick wall, limiting momentum altogether. It'd be mildly better if enemies didn't block so much, but the animations and flow need to be improved vastly, or there needs to be another options to replenish ammo. You mean like not missing and doing clean suits? YouTube chatter? Oh, hold on, I haven't been reading YouTube, sorry. Yeah, get LFS on Unreal is just not, like, it's just not the vibe. Sotelo, thank you. I'm glad you're liking it. I'm glad you're liking it. There needs to be other options to replenish ammo. There's not a single mention of clean suits in here, which brings me again to the point. A skill issue. Either skill issue or just bad tutorialization, which is fair. There's not a single mention of clean suit in here, because that is the way that you would replenish ammo. Like that's the real way that you would replenish ammo to keep moving forward is the clean suit mechanic. But there's not a single mention of the clean suit mechanic in here, which makes me think the person didn't even clean suit once. Animations of flow need to be improved vastly, or else there's going to be other options. Another issue is the shield enemies. They don't feel right, very clunky. They have a charge attack that's not telegraphed well at all, and it's cheesy as hell that they dunk into their shields no matter how quickly you can shoot them. Dive around them and shoot. But given the fact that diving is extremely finicky and inaccurate, it just feels bad, and you guessed it, just kills momentum. The stun baton guys also feel a bit cheap and not as bad. I do think they need a better way to telegraph their attack. Like they make a noise and everything. Here, I'll show you guys the stun baton enemies. This is when they attack. This is their telegraph. I don't know what more to do there. They make a noise. They do an anticipation. I literally don't know what to do more there. I actually genuinely don't know what else I could do there. I genuinely do not know what more I could do there. I don't know what more I could do there. Look. Okay. I see one problem. Okay, maybe that's what they're complaining about. Hold on. Okay, maybe it's on me. Wait, it's literally right there. Why is that not working? Do I have it turned off? Wait. Why is the attack indicator not there? Oh, I turned everything off. That's not off by default, right? Hold on. Okay. I don't know what I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. It's like point. Hold on. It's like 5 seconds. 0.5 seconds of anticipation frames. I think that's where this review kind of lost me. I do think they need a better way to telegraph their attack. Let me make sure that those variables are set to default on. The attack indicators. Because maybe they're not? And then that's on me? I don't know, man. I literally don't know. There's not a single mention of clean suits in there, which then maybe that's my own fault. I could potentially tutorialize that better. Where's my find results window? Hello, I need my find results window. There it is. I see it. 3pp. These are default to on, so I think I just turned them off for myself. So they have the attack indicator. That's more time than what Sifu or any other game would give you to dodge. I don't know, man. Maybe you should throw yellow paint at you before attacking. It genuinely just feels like a skill issue, but I don't know. 100 people found this useful, so I don't know. Either... Let's continue. Hold on. There's also big issues when it comes to picking up enemy weapons. I've often had issues where I thought I picked up a shotgun or machine gun. When I go to shoot, I start swinging a bat. Okay, that's fair. Someone said that it'd be nice to have different colors for the weapons. I could probably figure out a different way of doing that. I could probably figure out a way of doing that. Be a way to prioritize projectile weapons. Sure. Weapons several. Game is far too twitchy and fast-paced to be able to sit there to make sure you get the right weapon. Once it happens, just frustrating kills momentum. Another thing that I think the game slows the game down too much is that I think the player moves quite a bit too slowly, even when sprinting. I'd kill for a new modifier that triples the movement speed. So if I triple the movement speed, I also have to triple the enemy's movement speed. And then also on top of that, if I triple the movement speed, listen, motherfucker, you haven't... With respect, they have not explained the clean suit mechanic a single time, which means they're missing their shots. If I speed up the player, you now have to react 3 times the speed tracking enemies. Which, based on what I can see, that's not going to help you. That's not going to help you at all. I'm just saying. Based on what I can tell from this review. Other thing I'd like to see is an indicator with dots around the crosshair to see how many rounds you have left. This will make it easier to keep track. Yeah, I have that planned actually. I think that's right over here. Condensed crosshair UI. Yeah, seeing the ammo count and stamina. Yeah. The shooting feels responsive, whereas every other mechanic feels clunky and imprecise. Is it hard to move your head down an inch? I don't know. They can also squeeze the HUD in the settings. You've got HUD settings somewhere. There's a lot of settings, so I don't blame them. Oh, here it is. HUD horizontal. You can squeeze the HUD to be tighter. You know? So you can see your shit a lot closer in the center. It's a long review. It's a long review for someone saying, hey, I have a skill issue. I don't know. I'm just being honest. Like, whatever. There's some parts in here I would agree with. When the game works on these things, it's fantastic. It's released too early. It's not ready for 1.0. Most definitely feels like this was rushed out the door. I hope it isn't abandoned before these issues are addressed. I think the problem is, I feel like this review, with respect, is a lot of misinformation. There's some good information in here, and there's some that I would say is just downright skill issue. Like the player did not know how to play the game. They were missing a lot. Something else, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. I never struggled in this game. In fact, I think you get punished more for trying to speed through it. The thing is, you get punished more if you're... So the game allows you to play at your pace in some way. You can sprint through and clean suit a lot of the game. I agree, there's some spots where I could space out the enemies a bit better or add additional enemies to make it so you can get clean suits all the time. There's a couple spots where I could fix that I've noticed. But a lot of the game is if you can keep up with your own speed and pace, you can get through the game really fucking quick. Like, getting clean suits, perfect accuracy, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. Like, I can go through the game and, like, do really well if I'm not, like, missing my shots. The only way this review is serious if this person never tried a top-down shooter in their life. I had a similar problem when I started. Couldn't hit a single eye. That's not in the game. They were playing in third person, right? So, like, we can make some improvements to this level for sure. I think the biggest complaint is this level. People just don't like that level, and that's completely fair. But we can maybe make some improvements to eviction as well. But a lot of the game just kind of tries to reward you for hitting shots, right? I just missed that guy. But there I missed, right? So it's like, that's on me. What I might do to appease the third person players is I might just make the shield a little bit smaller. And people were saying that the sniper enemy kills the flow. I don't know where they're getting that. I don't know. I genuinely think just say you need a journalist difficulty. Just say you need it, without being mean. I don't, Austin, but almost every YouTuber and streamer has played the game in third person. So I'm just going to go on the assumption that 95% of players are in third person. Yeah, an IGN setting. I don't know, man. There's certain things I can take from that review, but like a lot of the negative reviews that are like that, like here's another one. Biggest issue of the game lies with its challenges. That's fair. Some of them are a little bit like goofy, so that's fine. Well, the notion of a full release is somewhat a subjective. Oh, this is the one. I find that this still comes off as an early access game, which fair. I've seen games still in early access that are in a much more completed state than Suit for Hire. Example, Palworld, Valheim, etc. They really brought up Palworld and Valheim, some of the most highest income revenue survival games. I just I wouldn't say I don't recommend this game. However, I will caution that you avoid trying to be a completionist right from the start. You'll be drained right before the game starts to get good. Full mod support would get me to give this game a second try. In its current state, it feels like playing through a prototype of a game. The skeletal structure is there and it makes for a great pitch, but definitely not for a great full release game. I hate game. I hate. It's not. It's like $9, right? It's $15 on full price. I genuinely feel like these people would ask for a refund if they were given a blowjob and they couldn't like come or something. They'd be like, "I'd like a refund." Like I genuinely think like that's like that's how it feels. That's kind of how it feels. How many people work on Palworld and Valheim? I don't know, man. Anyways, there's some good information in reviews. There's some not so good, shitty, yes, stuff. Did you have a lot of refunds since 1.0? It's stabilized. It's stabilized. It's stabilized. Like it's at a pretty stable number, I think. Where's it at? I don't know. Let's find out. Yeah, it's stayed at a pretty reasonable number. Like obviously people are still refunding the game, of course. You know, that's a given. But the refund percentage has gone down from the early access. It's gone down by I think by like 3 or 4%. Those games also had huge DLC-sized updates to fix their shit. I don't know, man. I don't know. I know I shouldn't be talking about this publicly, and I shouldn't be clowning on... Well, I'm not, like, clowning them. I'm kind of just, like, critiquing their review. But I'm also taking into account some of the, like, very acceptable stuff that they're talking about. Don't get me wrong, right? There's some stuff in there that's like, yeah, I'd agree with that, and I plan on doing something there. You know, comedian? But at the same time... A lot of it really does come down to skill issue to an extent, or tutorialization is just not obvious enough. I just have to make it super fucking obvious. And force the tutorial on the player. They have to play the tutorial to play the game. That would be another thing that I have to do. Either that, or again, I go back to the point that I was talking about earlier. Talking back to the point I said earlier, players are self-sabotaging their own experience. That's also another potential thing that's happening. And I think that's what's going on as well. You're also preparing us for the shit that can happen when the rest of us launch. I think I got both lucky and unlucky, where in the sense the game blew up. But I think because of how it blew up, it was like it got way like more attention than I thought it would on 1.0. Yeah. Yeah. I need to get some water. I'm yapping too much. I'm yapping. Not enough bug fixing. Breaking glass. I have to test that in a shipping build to make sure that's fixed. Let's try something. Where's the brute? I'm gonna try to make the shield a bit smaller. Why does this shit not look centered? Because it's not. Is the shield not centered? There we go. I made the shield a bit smaller. So in third person, you can technically hit the top of their head. The only problem is like, it hits the top of the shield. Sometimes. I don't really know why that's happening. Oh, it's because he's too fucking tall, man. This motherfucker's too tall. He's too damn tall. Did PewDiePie play this game? I'm not sure why PewDiePie would play my game. Well, I don't know. Maybe? Did he? I think one of the reasons as to why I did not want to increase their half height on any of the enemies is that weird things happen. So let's just try downscaling him and make sure that the collision matches up. I must get a different gun real quick. Should be better. How do you change the pivot point in the blueprint viewport? Alt middle mouse button. Oh, wait, in the blueprint viewport, I don't think you can. In the blueprint viewport, I don't think you can. Welcome to Unreal Engine. Everything's inconsistent. And people are okay with that. Even though I've said that that's bullshit. At this point, I think I did more than enough in third person. If someone still is not able to get past the shield enemy, I think they're... no comment. Never mind. No comment. I could say so many things. I think it's best if I just... I'm in big trouble if I speak. I'm in big trouble. I know most people won't agree with me, but I think it's cool that if you can't shoot him directly, it adds variety. Plus, if you could shoot him directly, why even have AP rounds? People complain about the elite enemy, so I don't know. I don't know. I think what people want is they want an aim trainer, but that's not what this game is. The game is a video game, not an aim trainer. You have aim labs for that. It's okay. That's fine. At this point, though, everything is technically... Maybe set the shield skill based on the difficulty you're playing. I think it's fine how the enemy types are now. I could do that, but I kind of want to keep enemy AI consistent for the most part. Damn, I made him, like, really small. He kind of feels really small now, even though he's supposed to be big. But the problem is I can't change his capsule or else that'll fucking break things. Yeah, I don't want to change the enemies too much, because if I make too many big edits because of a loud minority, it could definitely make the game, you know, not what I want it to be. I just dive over them and kill them? Right, well, the game gives you a lot of options, right, of things that you can do. Although, hold on, let me check something here. I think he just turned really quickly. Even though he's supposed to have a slower turn rate. Yeah, 110. Oh, 200. No, I think we want that to be 110. Here, Borisha. Art style looks amazing. I'm glad you guys like it. I don't know why he slams. I feel like he's pretty straightforward to deal with now. If you're still dealing with issues... Okay, well that's kind of just... If you're still dealing with issues, I don't know what to tell you either. That's as far as I'll go in terms of touching the brute. I think he still gets the job done if you literally just shoot at him like this without doing anything. Then like that's on you. I don't really know what else to tell you there. Like it's. Seems like he dies too easy now. Well, for me, maybe, but... I think he still does the job of, like, blocking general pistol shots. My only worry is that in top-down, you can't really play that playstyle because you can't hit his head. You still have to do the traditional of, like, baiting him out and whatnot. Which I think is basically the same. I wonder if I should make it so you can't hit his head at all to avoid... I don't know. Let's not make his shield too small. Well, actually, but then... It's either... Okay, we'll see what people say from here, though. I really don't think he's, like, that big of a challenge. Like, I don't think he ruins flow necessarily either. Scale it with the difficulty. Someone mentioned that, but I just don't know if I want to do that because then it might be too many differences. Leak now his turning is too slow after slamming the shield. Technically when he slams his shield, he's supposed to be stuck for a bit. So this is fine, this is normal. Can he slam the explosive barrel? Okay. I think I'm hitting his feet. If you can shoot the head, it's easier in third person, which would make players not choose top down. That's the thing. The problem is I have to treat both of them as different, no matter what, because both are different. They're going to be different play styles, I think. I think that was my issue, is I was trying to keep things too consistent. Like the enemy AI and everything, I was trying to keep it too consistent between both modes. I died because I ran out of ammo. L game for real. Is that issue still there where you can't shoot because there's an enemy in front of you? I wonder, I don't think that was, it was that. I think it's just because of the window mode. I think that's what it was. I'm glad you like it, love. Yeah, let me fine-tune his rotation rate. But I don't want it to be too fast either. Not too slow, not too fast. Does crouching in top-down targets to head height? Yes. I believe so. I think so. I think so. Oh wait, you can technically... Let me see, can you dive? Yeah, you can dive and kill them in top-down. Why are you not streaming in the super hard categories so fans can find you? I'm just kind of like... I'm subtle about it. I don't want to... It's the same reason why my Twitch stream isn't on the main menu. To not be annoying about it. I think top-down third person should feel different. Right, that's what I mean, is I think that's why I'm going to treat AI a bit differently in third person. With some of the patches, I've been doing that. So... There's no complaints you could have about the brute. If you're dying to the brute, I'm sorry. I will write a response that says skill issue. I will be writing a developer response saying skill issue. Have I gotten any sleep? I have. I've been going to bed at like 4 a.m. What does this say? Translate. Language support traditional Chinese used in Taiwan. That shouldn't be too difficult, right? Making more languages is not the easiest thing in the world, unfortunately. In fact, let me check my email. Because... the other fucking localization company hasn't gotten back to me yet. Okay, I sent an email. Now nobody can be like, oh, you guys didn't pay this company. You guys are a bunch of fucks. No, I sent an email to them to send me an invoice 2 weeks ago and they didn't send an invoice to me. So now I sent another email to be like, hey, send me an invoice, motherfucker. Hello? You guys want to get paid? Like, what's going on? Again? Yeah, what the fuck is going on? They don't want to get paid or something. I don't want to get into a twit longer of like, this guy didn't pay us. It's no, bitch. I sent you an email and you didn't reply. I want to pay you guys. Oh, God. What about getting hit by the ground slam while diving? Do you get hit by the ground slam when you dive? Okay, that was just me getting hit. Okay, never mind. Hold on. Wait, hold on. Whee! Okay. Where is the death slam? Where is death slam? Would it be possible to change it to where not all enemies will be alerted if one is killed in a different room by a gun with a silencer on it, or is a few feet away from the other while also turned away? I can look into that. I can look into that. Possible to change it to where not all enemies will be alerted if one is killed in a different room by a gun with a silencer on it. Yeah, I can look into that. I made some adjustments to the AI, and I haven't play tested enough of it because I've been just so busy with so many like bug fixes and whatnot. I think once I'm able to get things more stable, then I can really start like nailing down those issues. That was loud. That was very loud. I can't wait for the player home cozy farming update. Don't get ahead of yourself, buddy. Okay. I don't know if that was the right spot. Give me 1 second. All right, I'm back. Okay. Let me make sure I still get hit by it, though. What was it like finding the system requirements for your game? Back when we had another developer with the PC requirements that were on it, that was kind of the it was a bit of a guessing game as well. Diving over top a brute slam should no longer hit the player. Now, here's a question. Does it hit if we are on the ground? No, don't do that. That's not funny. That's not, you're not a funny guy. I don't know what you did to my character, but you're not a funny guy. Okay, what is going on? I actually don't know what that is. I don't even know how to reproduce what I was doing there. I don't know how to reproduce that. I think the brute was fucking it up. I don't know. Shortcut? About the game today with the little time we played, it was cool? Hey, hell yeah. I hope you enjoyed it. I actually don't know what I pressed for that to happen. Time to look at the monstrosity that is my player character's anim graph. Here we go. Can't wait to look at this. Here we go. Here we go. All right, here we go. How did we accomplish that? Why can't we just take the shield and ball rush people? I don't know if I want to add the shield in as a weapon. I thought about it though, at one point. Can you throw the melee weapons at enemies? Yeah, you can. On PC it's T. On controller it's I think B. I think holding B. Yeah. So why did my character... Here we go. Was it the turn in place animation that played? Which is what caused that to happen? Pretty sure there's a thing for that. You have to jump back to stay on the ground. I'm seeing why the player character was standing while diving. I don't know why. We must have been doing an animation in here. And then I got stuck. Somehow. It happened very randomly though. Oh. So that happens when we do the crouch turn in place. But we have an override for the turn in place. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know. Any chance of setting to let your character stay laying down by default after diving? You just have to hold space. I'm planning on potentially making it so you can toggle it. I think that would be something that maybe players might want. But you just hold space and you stay on the ground. What's the sweet spot for the FOV? Personally, for me, it's like 57. I like 57, but I think it's kind of personal preference. Like whatever fits your, whatever fits for you. I don't know how to reproduce that. It seemed like it seemed like having the brute nearby fucking broke some of the animations. Like I don't know how, but yeah, they still have this problem where like their skeletal mesh just starts freaking out. Oh no! I don't know what I don't know what the hell going on. There's literally a transition for every single thing. What thing does not have a transition? Idle. The only one is a crouch turn in place, does not have a transition. Here we go. Where's that one? Sidestep transition. Aha, okay. That fixes that. I don't know where the weird... I don't know what happened. Anyways, let's just assume it's fine. Diving over top of brooch, no longer hit the player. Okay. Right, we have some stuff we need to fix for top down. That's for some reason happening, even though I swear I have a system for that, which must be breaking. Yeah, this I need to fix as well. In borderless full screen. I believe the cursor likes to go off the screen while you're in third person and you don't know it's happening. It's weird. Like, it happens in my editor, but in-game I can't reproduce it. Don't know why. And you end up losing input focus, which means you lose inputs. So we need to make a system where we're just constantly moving the mouse position into the center. Probably on like event tick or some shit. What up, Skater? Saw your release on Steam. It's kind of weird, isn't it? Happy for you, though? I thank you. Thank you. It's definitely a very weird feeling. Let's try to fix some transitions from some of the executions. I noticed some of them are not fantastic. Honestly, some of the jank that people say that they feel really just comes down to... It's the funniest thing. It really just comes down to increasing the blend times. That's genuinely what it actually kind of comes down to, is just increasing the blend times. Which is a really funny thought, I think.
Shit my pants, I did. Huh?
Mayor Awesome, thank you for the Prime. Thank you. Can we get a QTE execution? Imagine. One of the things I had for scope way back, but it's just not possible. I was gonna make it so when you grab an enemy, it would also pop up like a circle selection thing to do, like, to select what you want to do with a grabbed enemy. Like if you wanted to fucking like put them on the ground or something, some kind of like move to put them on the ground temporarily or whatnot. I ended up scoping that out though because it was like too much. It was too much. Too much. It was too much. Time to scope it back in. Don't. I will not. I will be not. Sorry, that's probably really loud. Do you guys want me to lower the volume of this? That's gonna happen quite a bit. I'm gonna lower the volume of Unreal real quick. Let me open up a new content browser window because this is gonna drive me crazy. Sue for Hire never ends. I want to keep this kind of shit for the next game, to be honest. This is probably the one that I don't like. Because you end up getting into this fist pose that I really dislike. I don't know if circular out is the way to go for this one though. God, whenever I hear those drums, it just reminds me so much of TF2. It literally just sounds like TF2. Isn't Team Fortress? Yes. Yeah, Team Fortress. Yeah, what other TF2 would there be? Titanfall 2? Who fucking... Titanfall... You fucking kidding me? Who cares? Man, you kidding me? What the hell? I don't recall that lick. TF2. I don't know if Team Fortress is going to be... Oh, it is. I think it's the spy theme. No, not this one. Oh, here we go. There we go. I think it's this one. No, I'm pretty sure it's from literally Meet the Spy. Oh shit, that was the one I wanted to check for. I might have made it a little too loud, guys. It's literally, I think it's just same drums. Not maybe not the specific rhythm, but maybe the blend. Are they not execution? The fuck finisher, gun finisher, gun, gun execute. Ah, it's just execute. Exponential out. Maybe exponential out is not what we want then. 2.3, 2.87, 0.5 seconds blend time. Ah, whatever, we'll just play the TF2. Okay, let's see what we got over here. Holy moly, the blend root motion happens at the very beginning here. I think we can shorten this animation. Shorten it. We could probably shorten it even more. What the fuck is this guy doing? T-posing? Like, come on, man. What the hell is this? Is this a joke? Where the hell is this joke? There we go. All right. Another one for the books. Shorten this one too. A couple frames. Stop playing that noise. Whoa! Whoa! 2 seconds. 0.5. Exponent out. How about exponent in, out? Surely all of this will be fine, right, guys? Surely. We'll have to check the knife executes later, but let's check the gun executes. We still get our fists out. Some of the animations we can still improve, I think. Like there, I don't know why that snap is happening. I'm gonna assume it's this one. Is it the turn rate? I don't know if this turn rate is even needed. Can I disable this? What if we slow down the interpolation speed? Pretty sure that's literally the one that we just edited. Or is that the one that we just edited? Which one did we just edit? Oh, it's this one. Maybe the interpolation speed needs to be faster? I don't know. That one, we still have our fists sticking out, which I don't like. That's the knife execute, which we haven't fixed yet. So let's maybe start looking at the knife executions. Oh my goodness, that's so loud. The thing is, I remember looking at this. I think I put a print string in here. And the interpolation happens too quickly, which is, I think, part of the problem. Herm. Man, what the hell's going on with this music? I don't know what the turn rate is doing. I'm gonna be honest. It's doing something, clearly. I don't know what, though. We have one more knife execute. I think this is the one we want to take a look into. Yes. We've already shortened this one, apparently. Yes, this is the Nutcracker. The destroyer of nuts. I bet it's because I was using exponent out, which is probably like... Our gun immediately, for some reason, we whip that fucker out for no reason. Like, very quickly. Does somebody care to explain? That one does something weird as well. It's not blending in the animation as like smoothly as I would like. Yep, silent. Yeah, that one specifically has like a weird blending time. That one still does some weird stuff. Okay, so hold on. Not that one. This one. Increase the blend time. Game's good. I just bought it recently. Hey, hell yeah. I hope you're enjoying it. Yeah, some weird stuff still happening. Thanks for the cheap price as somebody who lives in a third world country. I try my best. That animation. Fuck that animation. Which one is that? I think this one. Why do you turn around? Why turning? Ah, it's the pelvis that's turning around. The pelvis, not the root bone. Piece of shit animator.
You can't trust marketplace assets. They're all fucked.
Okay, here's an idea. Wow, I have already shortened it. Okay, what if I shorten it a little bit more? Hear me out. I've shortened it by half. Now let's change the blend time. And now let's try to... Oh, well, that was easy. Would it be possible in the future to add more executions? I would, for me, it is possible, yes. But I could also pay an animator to make animations for a different game as well. For the next project. Like, I'll see. It's not a no, but it's not a guarantee either. Get some sleep at some point? I do, I sleep. But peace out, Josh. Take it easy. That little spin really sucks. Whenever a character does a spin, not fun. Ah! Yeah, I think what I would do is maybe add some more of the gun ones. Okay, that looks smooth. How about this one? This one? This one's the real test. Oh, well, it's fucking... I guess... fuck me, I guess. Willpower graph. What you doing? What you doing when you finish the animation? On blend out. Oh, you fuck. You're instantly setting the rotation on blend out. No wonder it looks like dookie shit. This is if it gets interrupted. You blend another animation, unspin him. We do blend him. So that's what this is. That's what this is doing. Where am I? Where am I? I'm lost. I'm lost and I cannot be found. So this blend root motion is essentially going to interpolate the character back to their correct rotation. That's what it's basically trying to do. Now, that being said, I don't know how quick this interpolation is happening. I should probably print it so I can see like what it's actually doing. Looks better. Not great. Not great. Pelvis is doing a stupid rotation at a point. Can you export the animation out to sequencer? I can. It's just I'm not an animator, so doing the export import process, I could I can. It's something I can do. It's just the likelihood of me fucking something up is very high because it's not really like my thing that I do. That being said, I feel like we should be seeing much smoother. I don't know why some of these blend outs are like not doing what I want them to do. How long would it take for a beginner to create this level of game? I don't know. I don't know. It took me, I don't know. I've been doing this for 10 years. Maybe it's the exponent in and out is not like the best. What is the difference between a Hermit cubic curve and a cubic curve? Because I'm going to be honest. They look exactly the fucking same. No, they don't. They kind of do. They kind of look similar, but they're not. This is music. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, I think I will have to probably export some of these out. Either way, I have to do that to fix some of their, like, pivot point. Damn, it, like, instantly prints it. What is this doing? What is this doing, if anything at all? Oh, it's mostly the mesh, not really the capsule. The capsule, I think, is a safety precaution to make sure it gets set to 0. But the interpolation speed is very fast. Krim, have you tried bug fixing your life? What's that supposed to mean? The hell is that supposed to mean? I don't know. What the hell does it even mean? I don't even know what that means. What does he mean by that? Fix your life so you aren't a starving game developer? Buff the income rate? What do you think I'm doing, man? What do you think I'm doing? Where did I get these combat animations? The marketplace. The black market. No, the marketplace. There's a snap, even though we're doing the blending. Even though we're blending, it still does a very weird snap. Like that. Even though we're doing a blend, it still does something very odd. Cubic in, out. Let me try instead of cubic in, out. Let me try cubic in, out for all of these. Maybe that's the solution. Maybe cubic in, out is just the way to go. The goods. I don't know. That's really loud. Can you stop? Thank you. Stop it, please. Stop it. Stop it. Stop that. Stop that now. How long have I been into game development? I've been doing it for like 10 years. Something like that. Something like 10 years. It's been a while. 10 years ago he was playing Fortnite? I still started game development back then. Don't try to spread misinformation. ¿Por qué? Why is that happening? That... He like instantly stands up. He's like, I'm getting up. It's a passion then? I think so. I think so. I don't know. I think so. Yeah, I think it is. I'm not sure. B side. Let's look at the B side. I don't know why this animation is being an asshole. That one. Exponent in out. No. Cubic in out. Cubic is just goated. Just don't even use anything else. That doesn't look horrible. You know what we should add to this game, guys? Juggling. Make it so we can juggle enemies. Now there's an idea. The gun still, like, snaps. I put a fade, and he still just abruptly ends the animation. He just abruptly ends the animation. ¿Por qué? You should definitely add multiplayer at some point in the future. That'd be a lot of fun. Be a lot of work. Be a lot of work. I'd have to basically recreate the game. Essentially. Just tick the multiplayer box off? It's that easy? I didn't know. I don't know why he's snapping in that animation. There's literally nothing that would explain the snap. This shit's haunted. It's fucking haunted, man. I don't know what's going on. Some of them, they look smooth, and then they don't look smooth all of a sudden. Like that one. Why do you hate me? I am but a man. I'll give you $10 for multiplayer? Is that easy? Shit. Well, shit. You should have just said so. No, it would take a really long time for me to get multiplayer in. I can get a really shitty, disgusting, ugly multiplayer in, but then the problem is it's shitty and disgusting and ugly. Which, you know, is not cool. Well, there's only one thing to do. Let's take a look at the gun execute. Where does the gun where's the gun execute? Here it is. This is on blend out and on interrupted. We cut this out. We're not setting the rotation of the character. There's nothing in here that it could explain as to why this is happening. Something is like stopping the montage? Maybe when we shoot our gun, does it stop the montage? No, I don't think it would. I would have charged back anyway. This is why you can't do business these days. Let's start it here. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah, okay. All right, yeah, okay. Yeah, sure. Holding two pistols and a knife isn't realistic? Realism's boring. Okay, that looked okay that time. How about this one? What the hell even happened? There's like a really, really weird little tiny snap. There's like a really, you see that like a little snap that's happening. Let me check the animation blueprint. What the hell's going on? Huh. It stops reading the code for small period of time. Well, now I need to try out like different. Okay, trying to roll or dodge out of an execution looks a bit weird. Okay. I might want to look into that. I don't understand. Nutrition and having to use the bathroom mechanic when? Imagine. Imagine if I put shit like that in there. Now we're talking. Now we're talking realism, baby. Always update source pose. Oh, shit. Wait, hold the fucking flip phone, brother. Ow. Somehow that didn't make it any better. The blending is still a piece of shit. I thought that would make it better. It didn't, guys. Somehow that made it worse. Huh. What is this set as? Action. Sometimes it snaps it, and then sometimes it's fine. Also, when the blend out starts, you can technically shoot right after. Which is fine, but... I wonder if the rotation interpolation is like not fast enough. Like in theory, I don't want to use the interp speed. I kind of want to set it so the start and end position of this is what sets the actual thing. The problem is, I think I remember trying to find out how I can get the length of it, and I couldn't figure it out. I think I remember. It just didn't work. That shit didn't work. Yeah. That shit did not work. Dude, heat sucks. I'm gonna say it again. I said it like a couple streams ago. Summer sucks. The heat is just ass. Heat is not fun. Some of the animations look good, some of them look poopy. See, like there, why is that happening? The little snapping movements. It's like the blend out isn't happening. Cubic, in, out. Let me put this content browser on the other screen. Cubic, in, out. Cubic, in, out. Cubic, in, out. Exponential out. Cubic, in, out. Cubic in out. Cubic in out. Cubic in out. Exponent in out? No, 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 no. Cubic in out. I don't know. It's weird. It sometimes plays nicely. Other times it does not. See, like right there. We literally have a blend time for that that's pretty long. Well, 0.3, which I guess is not that long. 0.5? What if we increase it to 0.5? Literally right when we hit them, we start blending out. I'm bumping up your numbers by watching on both Twitch and YouTube. That may help fund the multiplayer. Guys, multiplayer is not going to happen. I'm sorry. Was that the one that we were having issues with? Oh, that was one that we were having issues with. What would the multiplayer be anyway? Just two suits running together? I think people want PvP because the game is very similar to like specialists. I guess, right? I want to play as the guy who hires you. That's a whole different game. That's Assassin Management Simulator 2025. There is King. It's switch perspective. It's at the very bottom. Default, it's P. It looks slightly better. Like it looks a little better. That one still has a weird blending. Yeah, it looks okay. Now the blend-in animations, that's a whole different story. Blend-ins could break a few things. Just because of how some of the systems are made. What's wrong with the animation though? Some of them snap rather than blending out. See, like there, his hand does a weird movement, which I kind of don't like. To me, the in is more problematic. Like the... Yeah. Only problem is if I adjust the start too much, I think it will cause even more desync. It'll cause more desync. Like I can try setting these guys to 0.3 because they're at 0.1, which is pretty quick. Yeah, at least for the old executions, I definitely need a better system for them because they do things in a weird way. Okay, so we're focused on the hand-to-hand executions right now. Which the game does not want to do any of them, apparently. Okay, that's great, thanks. I really need to make a system to just test these one by one. Because this is gonna... I'm gonna go fucking crazy, man. I swear. There we go. Let's see if I break anything by changing the other ones. If I take this one and instead of 0.15, I do 0.3. This is the victim. Like it might very well just break them. But let's try it out. You know, what's the worst that could happen? To be fair, these... Oh, 0. I have a feeling this was 0 for a reason. I've got a feeling it's 0 for a reason. I didn't edit the knife executes yet. You know what? Actually, so far, it's okay. Like, that I can't really fix too much. Like, you going from one animation to the next. It's a bit of a... That's a bit of a challenging thing to fix. Like, that would be a bit more challenging to fix for sure. Zero blend time. I feel like there's got to be reasoning as to why those are like that. There's got to be a reason as to why the enemies have 0 seconds. I'm concerned. We're gonna have to do a lot of testing. We're gonna have to do a lot of testing. So far, so good. I think the kicking one, it happens so quick that I don't even think you see the kick. Happening. Yeah, I think let me find yeah, this one I'm gonna have to do a shorter blend time, I think. Just because it was animated without any early frames. Purple. Also, another thing, in pre-execute, I think we end montages? Yeah. Reminds me of that Shadow Mordor tech. And an enemy is bigger than you and you execute it, it shrinks subtly towards your scale. Yeah. A lot of trickery. A lot of trickery. My solo developer, kind of. It's me and a music artist currently. I don't do any of the music. I just do the other stuff. I do all the other things. So far, it's better? Not great. Not perfect, but better, I think. All the blends. Knife to the next spinning one. Yeah, that one's even slowed down by 0.8. Honestly, I think it's okay. Not perfect. Silencing front slash back enemies only, depending on enemy position, will help a lot, I feel. The ones where they start with their back are the worst. Yeah, I feel like one of these should really be like a different animation altogether. But like it shouldn't be a part of the list, but I don't have that many animations. So. Let me look, because apparently in that pack there's some animations that I'm not using. I want to look back at this. I just don't like the animation, man. I really just don't like the animation. I'd have to do so much cleanup to make that look better. I already used that one. No. Pretty sure that one we use. I don't know why it says counter kill victim when it's not the victim. Oh wait, do we use that one? Maybe we don't use that one. It looked kind of weird. I don't know, I just don't really don't like some of these animations. I really want to make a game. I finished Unity dev course. I learned about pixel art. Read a little bit about Blender. Is there any tips to get started in making a game? I would say just try to make something. If anything, try to copy another game just to at least learn. And just keep trying to learn things. And then I would say stick to something. If you're going to do pixel art, do pixel art. Stick with like the 2D. If you're going to do something in 3D with Blender, then stick to that, right? I would say stick to it. That's probably what I would do. The only problem is when you end an animation, you can immediately shoot, and you can see it kind of looks a little weird if you're spamming. I would like a way to immediately just like get the gun pose in position. I was thinking Mario, but you know how Nintendo is. I'm not saying you should release that fan game. I think the first few games that you try to make, I don't think you're ever going to necessarily release them. I think you should just use them as a way to learn, right? Just take them as like learning lessons. I don't think the first few games you try to make are going to be releasable. All right. The blending is improved. I don't know if I want to write it in the patch notes though, because they're not like perfect. I finished Toronto and Miami didn't unlock. Is there a fix? Omar, if that happens, I would restart the game and it should fix. As long as you're on the latest version of the game. Start basically making mods for Morrowind and VTMB. VTMB. VTMB? I don't know what that is. Then messed around in RPG Maker. Oh, Vampire the Masquerade. Oh, okay. Well, why didn't you just say so? Yeah, I started with SWJKJA. You know, anybody know what I'm talking about? SWJK3JA. Someone in chat knows what I'm talking about. I didn't mod Star Wars. I didn't mod any Star Wars games. Although there were mods that kind of were like modding, more like scripting, but that's about, yeah. Yeah, I guess I'll put it in the patch notes. Star Jedi Knight Jedi Academy, I'm assuming? Yeah, that's the good stuff. That's the good stuff. The Stalker 2 modding stuff looks cool. Isn't that thing like 700 gigabytes? Isn't that shit like 700 gigabytes? It is? Nice. Nice. They just gave people access to the entire uncompressed engine file. That's I would love to do that for this game, as if it didn't mean people just stealing my entire game. Also, there's a lot of marketplace assets, so that'd be problematic. I'd love to be like, hey, here, just fucking take it, mod the game. Just here, mod the game. Here, do whatever you want to do, man. They modeled every fingerprint smudge on glass. That's why it's so big. Ah, the gamers. Ah, the gamers. Yes, of course, of course. They modeled the fingerprints. Marketplace assets? Shit dev? True. 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 I can hardly fit 70 gigabyte these days. You just get yourself a not a graphics card. Get yourself an SSD. Get yourself an SS of a D. Game glitched and I wasn't able to finish the tutorial. Persisted through a reload. Restarted the tutorial from the beginning and the same breaking glitch was there. In the first mission I went to switch weapons and somehow equipped both weapons simultaneously. I was unable to shoot or swing or melee. Somehow equipped both weapons simultaneously and was unable to shoot or swing or melee. I don't know, man. I think people just have really haunted builds of the game. Like I don't know how the fuck that happened. How did they equip both guns? Like how do they equip both guns? I don't know. Resetting in the tutorial, you're not supposed to be able to do that. So that I know for sure that was probably them. They bugged it out by restarting in the tutorial, which I think I have it on my task list somewhere here. Can restart in the tutorial. Yes. Right here. Let me put that over here. I'm gonna put that down here. I'm gonna put that fucker down here. Put him down here. I don't know, man. I don't know. You're not supposed to be able to equip both guns. I don't know how they accomplished that. No idea. Good peace out, Dr. Shortcut. Hope you rest well. I had a moment where people could bind scroll wheel to swapping items, caused all manners of fun. Did you add a bullet point about replacing the reused ship asset? I don't know how they got a bug where they could equip both weapons. I don't know how the fuck they did that. Like, and they said they did that in the first level? Did I hear that right? Hold on. How did they accomplish that? Were they switching weapon while resetting? No, I don't have my weapon. Okay, hold on. I literally don't know how they... I don't know how they accomplished what they just did. I don't know. I don't know how. I don't know how they. I don't know how they did. I don't know how they bugged out the game that hard. I really don't know how they bugged out the game that hard. Maybe a specific key setup. Maybe they put that shit on. Maybe they did put that shit on mouse scroll wheel. I literally don't know, dude. There's certain reviews that really just stump me in terms of like the issues that they run into. Game glitched and I wasn't able to finish the tutorial. In the first mission, I went to switch weapons and somehow equipped both weapons simultaneously. I don't know how they did that. Could be a bogus reason to just refund if you can't replicate. I don't know, dude. I don't know. Hi, I just started learning game dev in Unreal recently. My problem now is that everything I do... Jesus, it's so loud, man. Relax. Everything I do, or even how I interact with the engine, is goofy, slow, and ugly. I forget shortcuts, etc. For your experience after how much time do you become more fluent? Is there something I should do? I forget shortcuts, etc. How much time do you become more fluent? It depends on what you do. But I'm going to be honest with you, you're going to trip over things a lot at the very beginning, and then as things get, you know, as you get further ahead, and then you're like, oh, there's a rock, and you're not going to trip over it. You know, it's like kind of, every rock you trip over, you slowly learn how to not trip over the rock. It's going to be clunky in the beginning. That being said, if you're using UE5, it's a bit of a fucking powerhouse to get things going. So it's just, yeah, there's a lot of tripping hazards when you learn stuff, especially learning Unreal. I'd say just take it one step at a time, and frustration's just part of it. Learning Unreal can eat my ass. Well, it does a lot of things. I don't know if it could eat your ass, though. Unreal does a lot, but I don't know if that one... Did they switch their weapon while... I legit don't know what the fuck this person did to bug it out to that extent. I don't know what they don't know what they did. I don't know what they did. Maybe it wasn't the baseball bat that they used. Maybe let's try the pistol. Maybe they were diving over the weapon when they picked it up and then they restarted the game. I wasn't fast enough. Bro, at this point, like, I don't know what they did to have that happen. I don't know if they had a fucking corrupted build or something, like... Was it in third person? Do we know? No, we know nothing. I know nothing, Jon Snow. They just said that game bugged and then negative review and refunded it. So I don't know. Could it be that bug that you fixed before with holding the gun and the rifle at the same time? Someone posted that before. I'm pretty sure I fixed that though, so. Are there any sample projects you think that are good, or just if you want to explore a particular feature? Samples, I don't know. I don't know, man. They could have been running an old version of the game, for all we know. Game glitch, and I wasn't able to finish the tutorial, persisted through reload. The first mission, I went to switch weapons, and somehow equipped both weapons simultaneously and was unable to shoot or swing or melee. Like, I don't know if they were running an older version of the game. I sent a message to Steam, by the way, about that issue where some people get an old version of the game It's because they don't update their fucking Steam. So for some reason, because they did not open their Steam client, they are receiving old versions of games. So it's very possible that person was playing V21.8 from the early access, and they didn't know they were playing the early access. I don't know. Who fucking knows? I don't know. I literally don't know. This job sucks. This job. Usually the game is badly optimized. I run at a smooth 144 FPS when the enemies are idling, but the second they're on alert, the frames drop to 20 to 30. Like I don't really know. It seems like the game is badly optimized. However, it seems like it's only me having the problem when this occurs and my FPS drops to 20 to 30. It's very odd. PC gaming. PC gaming. Dynamic combat system. I never looked into those assets, but yeah, that could be a way to learn from it. Trying to think of some templates or like projects that I learned from. There's one where they show off like just a bunch of features. That one's kind of like cool to see stuff that you could do. I don't know if that's updated though. I've only used that since, I don't know, UE4. So everything I've looked into is very old and outdated by this point. Steam one review metadata, right? Imagine if like I could see which version they were on and shit. Like that would be so fucking nice to see like which version they were actually on. But none of that. This is why Mac gaming is the future. It's just going to work. Copium. This is, I understand, after releasing this game, I understand why companies like to just stick to console, like just console. I kind of get it because it's a lot easier for them to like test everything. Because it's just one hardware. Is important to console pain in the ass though? Well, not if you make the game for console straight from the beginning. I'll be able to answer that question once I port this game to console, whenever, if I do, kind of thing. Do I use the basic AI navigation for my NPCs? I do, which is kind of annoying because I have no clue how to adjust it if I wanted to adjust it. Yeah. Anyways, I'm hungry. I'm gonna see you guys. Maybe tomorrow, maybe not tomorrow. I might take tomorrow off because I got like a few calls that I need to do. Door dashing again? No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I don't know what I'm gonna eat. I think I got some food in the fridge that I could probably eat. Maybe. Maybe. I'm gonna fix this. And then I'm gonna play test the glass destruction to see if that's fixed. Or at the very least, doing those is valids have at least fixed up the potential for this to crash the engine. Or the game. Okay. I'll see you guys probably Friday then. Yeah. Thanks for dropping by. Thanks for lurking, chatting, and sticking around. Yeah, hopefully I can get this patch out today. That's the goal. Yeah. Okay. Goodbye. See you later.